Let's try that again with some... Welcome everyone to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and today we are going to be making a painting by one of arguably the most influential artists of all time, and probably somebody that most people have never heard of, including people who are die-hard fans of this franchise. We are talking about Ralph McQuarrie, and let me show you on the screen here. Today is May the 4th, and maybe this is the first time you've ever heard of Star Wars Day, but it takes place on May the 4th, because may the Force be with you. May the 4th be with you. Anyway, the artist we're going to talk about is this fellow here, Ralph McQuarrie. That's a pretty funny photo of him. But the image that we are going to paint is this one by him. And Ralph McQuarrie essentially is the person that imagined the look of the entire Star Wars franchise. George Lucas is obviously when people think of Star Wars, he's, you know, I'm 99 out of 100 people would credit him as the brainchild behind Star Wars, and he did. He imagined the story, he wrote the script, and he directed the first one and produced all the other ones, except for the very most recent ones, because he sold the whole franchise for, I think, $4 billion or some. It's like 1.4 billion, or after you go over $1 billion, it doesn't matter. It's just too hard to count. But George Lucas, received all of the fame and adulation for Star Wars, but this fellow, Ralph McQuarrie, was the one that imagined what Yoda looked like, what all the stormtroopers looked like, the Millennium Falcon, all these different things. Well, I should say that there were other people who had their hands in the pie as well, and he wasn't the only one, but he was the one that took some sketches for some different objects like lightsabers and put them together into images like this, concept paintings as we would call them. And he made, I think about 12, I couldn't find the exact number, but somewhere between 12 and 20 paintings just like this, that based on George Lucas's original script to Star Wars, and he took them around to various, and George Lucas then took those to different movie studios and was able to secure financing to produce the very first Star Wars. Now, the painting we're going to look at today, this image is from The Empire Strikes Back, which was the sequel to Star Wars, A New Hope. So this is from episode... Episode 5. The first Star Wars is episode 4. Then there was The Empire Strikes Back was 5. Return of the Jedi is 6. And then there was the prequels that came out in the 2000s. And then just over the past 4 or 5 years, we had the what do you call, what's the opposite of a prequel? Anyway, the episode 7, 8, and 9. I believe those ones didn't have Lucas involved at all, except as a kind of consultant. Anyway, let's get into this here, because we're going to make this painting. There is a tracing of this painting that you can download for free on a Dropbox folder. So let's take a look at the Dropbox folder. I'll show you where all of that is. We'll get to that in a second. If you click on the link down below, I think it's like the first or second link, you'll see all these other paintings that we've done in this class. And just on Thursday of last week, we did a Batman painting. We did Robert Bateman, Soba Singh, A.Y. Jackson, Fra Angelico, a medieval art, well, early Renaissance painter, late medieval painter. Salvador Dali, Leonardo da Vinci's Mona Lisa, all these different paintings that we've done. Then you can see some of the ones that are still upcoming for the rest of May. So we're spending, beyond today and Thursday, because Thursday we're doing a special Mother's Day painting, the entire rest of May we're focusing on Asian artists, mostly Chinese and Japanese artists here, to celebrate Asian History Month. So if you're interested in joining us for any of those other ones, please like and subscribe to the channel. That would be fantastic to see you. And if you're painting along with us, then I would strongly encourage you to join our private Facebook group. Again, there's a link down there below. And every day, people are posting new paintings that they've been painting, versions of the paintings that we're doing, and getting really cool feedback from the community of people that has been created here. I'm just going to zip through a couple of links that are all in below as well, if you want to find any of these. This is an official Star Wars page that shows some of the paintings that McQuarrie did. He did hundreds of these, many of them which have yet to have been seen, and they are using these paintings to help inspire new Star Wars films. So, you know, he's been dead now for almost 10 years, and his legacy lives on. They're still using his images to imagine new worlds and characters, etc. And if you go on, you're here on YouTube, so if you want to go on, and you can find interviews with Ralph McQuarrie, you can see George Lucas talking about the importance of Ralph McQuarrie. He basically credits him as the most important person in the creation of Star Wars. He says, basically, whenever there was a question of what they were to do, like how they were going to light a scene, or what they were going to build, or what kind of costumes, the weather, whether it takes place at day or night, or etc., or what kind of buildings, he just said, just go look at Ralph McQuarrie's paintings. And that, again, I can't stress enough that he's, in that sense, considering how big of a franchise Star Wars is, it's hard to see that there's anyone who has had a greater effect on the history of popular culture almost than Ralph McQuarrie's images. Like, I mean, yeah, we have Andy Warhol, and he was, made some incredible paint. I'm a huge Andy Warhol fan. Even somebody like Leonardo da Vinci, whose paintings are, part of the public consciousness, the Mona Lisa and such. If you were to ask, someone on the street to name even two Leonardo da Vinci paintings, beyond, maybe they wouldn't even be able to name the Mona Lisa. But I'm sure a lot of people would be able to tell you who Luke Skywalker is, who Darth Vader is, and Ralph McQuarrie is chiefly responsible for the look of those films, helping to get those films made. It just is, it kind of goes on and on. And so much so that one of and I'm not going to play this here because I'll get a copyright strike, but some of the early advertisements that were used to promote the Star Wars franchise were basically just like a slideshow of Ralph McQuarrie's paintings. They're that good that they aired on television to get, as advanced ads. So it's mind-boggling. It's really cool. Let me just see. Star Wars Day. Anything else I want to mention about Star Wars? Let's go right into this here. I did want to show a few other things. I had a really tough time deciding on this painting. A couple of the other ones that I was really thinking about doing, maybe I'll do this next year, is I loved this painting. This Empire Strikes Back is my favorite Star Wars film of all time. I think generally it's the favorite of most Star Wars fans. So I could have done paintings from the other two films that he was directly involved in, Return of the Jedi and the first one, New Hope. But anyway, I mean, he made this painting, and if there's a few videos, maybe I'll put them in the description below afterwards, where they literally show Ralph McQuarrie's paintings and the final film side by side, and in many instances, like it's like, what's the difference, right? It's just remarkable. All this came from this one guy's head. All right, and this is the ending of Empire Strikes. I think it's Empire Strikes Back. Yeah. Anyway, so let's jump right in. We got some work to do today, and you know what? Okay, before I forget, there's a few things. One thing I've been meaning to show for a little while here is one of our artists in our community was very generous about giving me a gift, and I've been wanting to open this up because just to acknowledge how grateful I am. So I wanted to kind of do this on the channel because every other YouTuber is always opening up all sorts of things, and I'm not. I also want to say that please don't send me a whole bunch of different things. Oh, look at that Ferrero Rocher. This is, I'm just going to keep this. I won't tell my wife about that. That's going to be for the studio. Beautiful bottle of wine. Oh my goodness. My wife will love this. That's perfect. I don't drink myself, but she will enjoy that wine. Sunflower seeds, very cool. And sesame seed candy bar. You know what? I'm gonna have one of these right now. Oh, and the main thing that I think Charmaine, who is so generous to oh my goodness, I gotta show you this. This is crazy. Wow. Look at this beautiful outfit for our daughter. Oh my goodness, Charmaine, you are an angel. Oh my goodness. This is perfect too. I was anxious that they were going to be too small, but these are perfect. Oh my goodness, I'm so excited. Thank you so much. I'm so blessed to have people like yourself and all the other people who have been generously donating via the PayPal and e-transfers since we began. I'm a little bit embarrassed about all of this because I don't know how to acknowledge the all of you fantastic viewers, except just to keep on doing what I'm doing. But it's especially considering I've just been trapped inside of a house for the past year, and to have this community of artists that has formed is very, very humbling. I'm really, really touched, and it's a little overwhelming. So I'm just gonna do a hard left turn to something completely different, and let's get into today's painting. So what I pre-gessoed this canvas. This is a canvas board, and I've said before, I used to hate these things. I used to think they were complete junk, until I started making a couple of paintings a week, and I was running out of room. So these canvas boards are perfect. This is a 9x12. This is it's a little bit more solid and rigid than the cheap ones you get at the dollar store, and they're only like another $1 if you get them online. And these are much higher quality, as I said. So I've bought one, I opened it up, and then I added some acrylic gesso on top of that. Let me just show you. So I just take some acrylic gesso, white gesso. There is oil-based gesso, so just you wouldn't want to use that. You wouldn't want to put oil gesso and then acrylic on top of it. But oil-based gesso is harder to find and twice as much money, and even oil painters often use acrylic-based gesso. So I wouldn't worry about making the mistake, but anyway. So then I let it dry. I did this a few months ago. And then I take some 220 grit sandpaper. Okay. And then you'll see I love wiping it off my shirt here. So you can see how much dust comes off. And then if you get these little things on the back, just run that sandpaper on that back side. And boom. All done. Okay. So we've got our image here. And we're going to transfer this onto canvas. And I'm going to use okay. So what I use to transfer this image is carbon paper. There's graphite paper, carbon paper, and this looks... You can use these things over and over and over, and this sheet has been used many times, so I think I might be getting close to retiring it. Here's another one. There's a few of these that have been used a lot. Since today's image has got a lot of lines on it, I'm going to use a brand new sheet here. Let's just put that at the bottom so I have to search through them all again next time. Before I forget, on this Saturday, I'm going to do a feedback episode where I look at your artwork and give you guys feedback on your art. So if you'd like to participate in that, make sure you join the Facebook group and upload your images to the Facebook group. Okay, so to figure out where this, I mean, you can move this off to the side. If you had a photocopier or even on your printer, you could enlarge it onto a larger canvas or shrink it down onto a smaller canvas and then just cut it to the appropriate size. This is an 8.5 by 11 piece of paper on a 9 by 12 canvas. So there's going to be a little bit of extra stuff on the sides. Now, let me just... I know I always say I hate rulers, but sometimes they are a little bit, they can be helpful. I want to try to get this to be as straight as possible, because if this painting is, if I get this horizon line a little crooked like that, it's going to drive me absolutely nuts afterwards. It should be pretty straight along the bottom of the picture if you just kind of line it up like that, but let's just take a little extra second. Get my big head in the way here. The way that I do this is I just kind of line it up here, and it doesn't even matter if it's imperial or metric. As long as you could, I've done this same sort of thing. You could take a receipt or something, right? And you could just say, okay, here's one line, here's the bottom. And then you can match it up and like, yeah, it looks pretty good. Okay. So I was laying in bed last night thinking about how I want to approach this. So there, you'll see there's this kind of ghosted image of the, of this other, I don't know what you want to call it, structure behind here, right? So we have all of this other stuff that's going on outside. So if you want to paint all of this, I'm just thinking to myself how we should go about doing that. Because there's so many different ways to make a painting, right? And it requires a little sip of tea to... Because I'm always... what I'm always trying to think, I want to balance quality with ease of creation, right? And how do we create the highest quality artwork in the shortest amount of time? That's another big thing. There's 3 things. And do it in a way that most people can follow along with, because that's my goal, is that I want anybody watching today to be able to follow along with me. So, 2 different ways to go about this. One of which would be just to trace this background structure, and then to cover that with, let's say, a yellow, and then you could paint. Okay, I'm thinking in a whole other way. Okay, the other way to do it would be to paint yellow first, and then to draw this back structure in. Just this back structure, not even any of these lines, the figure, or anything else. And then to paint the everything gray over top of it, just this kind of background area. And then to put the tracing down and trace over top of the gray. So this is, I was up till 3 in the morning just laying in bed thinking to myself, because this is a relatively complex image, and I wanted to be able to do it fast and as easy as possible. So we could also just do it the way we would normally do it. I'm just afraid that we might lose a bunch of these lines, which is all right for me, but I know for some people that can be pretty scary. Okay, just make a decision, Michael. We are going to... Okay, I think I'm going to do something a little bit different today, just so you can see how we can do something a little bit different. Okay, so I'll show you how I'll do everything here step by step. Inside this box is all the supplies that I need, all my paints. If you want to know what paints to get, what paints I'm using, all that kind of stuff, check out the playlist in the video description below. The very first episode has my shopping guide for art supplies, and the very first few episodes are all about how to mix a color wheel and how to use warm and cool colors, etc. Everything fits inside of a shoebox. I'm not sponsored by these, but I am wearing them right now, and they work. So, and then here's my palette. Here's, again, I feel like I'm just promoting a bunch of other people's products today. I got these patches at the Vancouver Art Gallery gift shop, and I just kind of, I thought they were really cool, and I'm thinking, like, you know what, maybe I should have one on my shirt, you know, like, there's obviously Dali's clock, and then there's Edvard Munch's The Scream. And if you're interested, I don't know, 5 years ago I did a how to paint the Scream. It was one of the very first things that I did like this. Anyway, I'm going to put a warm layer of paint on here, and then I'm going to put the tracing over top of that. Yeah. Okay, and I'll explain why I'm going to do that as we go here. If you've already transferred the image, because that's what we do 99% of the time, it's not going to be a huge problem. I just want to show you that there's, you know, as I say, many ways to skin a cat. So it's one of those things where when you begin a painting, you're thinking to yourself, what's the best way to do the painting? And unless I show you some of the different ways to do it, maybe it's never occurred to anyone that there are lots of different ways to go about doing this. So this is just some warm yellow, and I'm going to put warm yellow underneath the entire painting, because this warm yellow will help give a kind of a glow to the image. And you know, where the staircase is, we could pretty much just leave this color coming through the stairs, but we'll see when we get there. We may end up painting a little bit over top of that anyway. One of the remarkable things about Ralph McQuarrie too is kind of the speed at which he painted. And it's not uncommon, because he made his living originally as an illustrator, and he would illustrate images for companies, and that's how George Lucas saw his stuff and was like, wow, this guy's really talented. I want to hire this guy to do some paintings for me to help sell my script. And I'm going to blow dry this really quickly so we can get moving. Okay, so the reason why I'm doing it this way is we have this kind of complex background, and with all these lines and details, and if we just launch right into the painting, we might lose all those details, and it could get kind of frustrating for people. So of course you don't need to paint any of this extra stuff in the background, but it does make the painting kind of fun. So let me see, that's pretty much straight, I think. Let's just do another double check. See, that's not quite straight. This is why I don't like using rulers, because I end up spending too much time trying to get things perfect when I should just, you know, move on. Okay, so I'm now going to put this graphite paper underneath, and then I'll close this up. So I'm just going to trace Let me think how I want to do. Let me just start by tracing some of these lines, and I'm going to use a ruler to do this. This just will help speed things up a bit. And this is all details in the background that are going to kind of disappear. So don't worry about making it too perfect. Okay. This could be another episode where I do everything wrong and then people just learn what not to do. I'm hoping it won't be that way, but we will see. You know, as I'm doing this, one of the things I think about a lot is how I think we have this expectation that, you know, we're going to sit down and make a painting, and it's going to be a good painting, and then we're done, and then we move on. If you think about, like, the history of art, most artists would make multiple versions of the same painting over and over and over again. Often because the first attempt, they saw things that could be improved upon, and they decided to kind of change strategies a little bit, and then did it again in a slightly different way. And you know, even these episodes that I teach, there's some where I'm like, you know, at the end, you know, I come back upstairs, and my wife and daughter are sitting there, and I'm like, you know what? Right as I was getting done, I'm like, you know what? I did plan A, and I really should have done plan B. That would have worked much better. And there's nothing much you can do about it, but just put it in the back of your mind and think, okay, well, if I wanted to do this again, well, now I know what to do. So, I mean, there's all these lines. That would take me a while to paint. So, let's... So I think what I'm going to do now, I'm going to paint this background that color, right? And then okay, so let's do this. Let's see. Oh, okay, interesting. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to paint this sky gray over top of it, and kind of all around in the background. Basically, I'll paint most of this that color, except and this is also what you're not supposed to do, but I just want to kind of tell myself keep this area untouched, I think. Okay, so let's mix a gray. And we're going to put gray over the background. So let's mix our own gray, because I'm looking at the painting here, and that gray looks like it's been mixed by hand rather than out of the tube, like just using black and white. So let's follow the master and his great example, and we're going to mix gray using our 6 basic colors here. Okay, oh, and let's put a little bit more. Okay. So to the color that we're gonna put in there is, we'll put in a cool gray in the background because it is in it's further away. So let's mix a cool gray, and it's gonna still, we'll have this nice warm yellow coming through that will, I think, be really beautiful later on. So let's use a medium. Actually, I'll just use a larger brush for this. So to get a gray, and a cool gray at that, we're going to take a cool yellow, cool blue, cool red, and then one of the other colors. And so let's start by mixing a purple, because I think that this color in the background has a deep kind of purple quality. So we're going to take cool blue and warm red, or cool blue and cool red, my apologies. We got this nice purple. Not quite as brilliantly purple as we would get if we mix the cool red and warm blue together, but it's pretty darn good. And then let's take a good helping of the cool yellow. So now what we have is a bit of a cool brown, right? So it's almost a little bit magenta-ish. A little bit more blue to it. Goes just a little bit darker. Right? And you're saying, well, okay, that's great. Now I know how to make a cool brown, but I thought we were making a cool gray. So two things we're going to need. We're going to need some white. Depending on how light of a color, we're going to add that. And then we need to take one of our warm colors and mix it in here. Now, we are going to paint this over top of the yellow and the pencil lines. So we kind of want to try to be as easy on the white as we can. Right? So what I'm going to suggest we do is take some warm yellow to help lighten this color up a bit. Right? And what we're basically doing is pulling the colors towards the neutral core. Right? Now I'm going to take some white. Let's mix this in here. Now if we look at this color actually is pretty close to the color at the bottom that Darth Vader and Luke Skywalker are standing on. So it's kind of got a bit of a rusty, reddish quality. We actually will make a warm version of this color shortly, but I think for our purpose, let's we need it to go more gray, right? So right now it's a little bit on the browner side, so I'm going to put in a little bit more. I'm going to put some warm blue in here. Cool blue. Let's add a little bit of all these colors again. There we go. That's the secret. Some of this. There we go. That cool red in there, I think, really helps. And if we put a little bit more white, you can see we're pretty close to that color that's in the background right there. Got lots of paint that's kind of stuck up in the bristles, so I'm just doing a little extra mixing here. Okay, and I'm going to add a little bit of glazing fluid in here rather than water, just to kind of give it a little bit of added transparency. Come on. Okay. So that it's not going to affect the color. There won't be any lighter or more white at all. We're just getting a little bit more transparent. Because we've got a lot of white in there, so this should help cut that down a little bit. Okay, so let's see the results of our mixture here. And, oh, I just obliterated all my pencil lines, so let's see. So I probably should have put a little bit more glazing fluid in there, maybe a little bit less white. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep this like this. I'm going to have to re-put all those lines back on there. But maybe while we're doing this, we can almost imagine we're painting this to start without any pencil lines. Okay, so that's, you know, it's not the greatest beginning to one of these, but we're going to do a really nice job on this, so I'm not going to worry about a situation like this. I'll say that I actually, as stressful it is for me sometimes when the paintings aren't turning out the way that I want, I think it is helpful for people to see that a painting doesn't always begin and end without... In fact, I would say I've never had an experience of a painting working perfectly well from beginning to end, ever. There's always some kind of thing that happens that has to be kind of dealt with, right? And I think that's, in some ways, that's how life is, right? There's always some kind of thing that happens that we've got to kind of deal with. You know, just think about, have you ever done anything that worked exactly the way you expected it, right? Have you ever made a cake where it turned out exactly the way you wanted, and you had no problems whatsoever along the way? Oh, let me just, I gotta plug this in 1 second. So, maybe while this, I'm gonna keep on going forward. And then I'm going to put those pencil lines back over top afterwards. So, can I use this color anymore? Let's just go right in here a bit. In fact, you know what? Let's, I'm going to go over the whole thing like this, rather than try to partition it out and... And, you know, to be honest, this is probably much closer to the way that he would have made this painting. Okay, so we're already we're getting some good learning going on here. Okay. Now, the question would be, do you mind the kind of streakiness here? It doesn't bother me too much. I kind of like that, but if you wanted, you could add another layer on it. So I'm just thinking, do I want to add another layer to this? Okay. Heidi says, life is problem solving. Absolutely. Okay. So what I was just doing is I'm gonna mix a kind of a warm rust color right down here, and that's gonna cover this area. So to get that warm rust color, I think I'm done with this. Let's put this in the water. Let's use a different brush. Okay, so I want to mix basically a warmer kind of gray. So to do that, let's take some warm yellow and warm red, and we'll mix kind of this orange color, right? Now let's take some warm blue. That might be a little too much, but let's mix this here. So now we've got a warm brown. Remember we had a cool brown before? You see that there, which had much more magenta-like quality? This one is much warmer, which means if we were to put these two browns side by side, this one would the warm one would appear to advance, would appear to come closer to us. So it's perfect for being in the foreground. And that might, let's just see if we add a little bit of white to this, what the results are. Okay. So I think we need a little bit more red in here. Let's get a bit more blue back in. That's pretty good. If you're feeling it's a little bit too pink, just add a bit more yellow back into it. And the yellow will make it go a little bit more brown and rusty color. Right, and same thing if it looks a little bit too pink or too purple, add a little bit more yellow, and it's going to take it a little bit more back towards the brownish area. Okay, so I'm going to take this color, I'm just going to spread it right across here. Okay. Let's maybe a little bit. Well, I was gonna say it could be a little bit lighter than that, but I don't mind that. We'll see how it goes. We can always do a glaze over top to brighten things up a bit. So my question to myself is, do I want to lighten this up in any way? Maybe. It might be easier if all of this is a little bit brighter. A little bit, so, but I'm going to blow dry it to begin with right now. Okay, so what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to put a glaze over this whole thing to lighten it up a bit. You know, it's easier to have done it right the very, very first time, but that's not always the way it works, right? So in order to do this glaze, I put a bunch of this satin glazing fluid. Satin glazing fluid, another way of thinking is matte glazing fluid. Satin and matte are interchangeable. Okay, so I'm going to take a little bit of white. I'm going to cover this whole painting with just that white, maybe even less. So I'm going to take, you can see here, it's a little bit tricky because I'm mixing white paint into this clear glazing fluid, which appears white. So it's hard to really judge how white it actually is going. So that's why you might want to do a little bit at first. The great thing with glazing is we can do as many layers, thin layers like this as you want. And then afterwards you can kind of judge, like, oh, did that work? Do we need to go a little bit lighter or not? So let's just see how this worked. I'm just going to go over the whole canvas like this. Ah! Oops, I just got accidentally took the white that was here and mixed that into my... So I'm just going to dilute that again. And let's just go over now. Glazing fluid will dry just as fast as regular acrylic paint, so you want to be doing this kind of quickly. You don't want to be putzing around. So what I'm trying to do now is get rid of any excessive kind of brush strokes. I can only do this maybe for another 5 seconds. Okay. Now we're going to put a whole bunch of imagery over top of this. So maybe I went a little heavy-handed. Okay. But this is going to dry a little bit. It's going to dry much more clear than it presently is. So let's, we will see a change as it dries. So let's blow dry it. Okay. So we've taken the long way around, but actually this is pretty much exactly what I want. Now, I've lost all those pencil lines that I put in before, which is a little bit of a bummer, because I'm going to have to do some of that over again. I'm just going to let this air dry a little bit before I put paper on it so it doesn't stick to it. There's one of the cool things with this hair dryer is it's got like a cool air function, so I can kind of blast it with, rather than hot air, some cool air to help. Okay, so we're gonna do this kind of process here. So aren't you glad we didn't do the whole image? All right, now let's line this back up. And no matter what happens, there's a way to make it work. That's one thing you always just remember. It's never like all lost. And as long as you learn something from the choices you make, then there's no such thing as failure. At least when it comes to art, but I would also say that in just regular life anyway. All right, okay. So, in an ideal world, I'd let this dry a little bit longer because it's a little bit tacky. But we're live here, so I'm just going to plow forward. Okay. You know what? I'm going to move this graphite paper out to the edge. You see that? Because that way when I draw a line, rather than just kind of going to the edge of the paper, it's going to go right over to there. I'm going to use a different color since I've used the red already. So I'm going to use blue so that I can tell which lines I've drawn already. So the question is, like, how much do I want to simplify this image? So at this point, I can draw the entire painting onto this canvas. Let's just see how it's transferring. Yeah, you see, here's some of this graphite paper. Anyway, we'll make it work. Even if we get a whole bunch of graphite that sticks all over there, we will make it work, and I'll show you different strategies to pull it all off. So, I think I'm just going to start freehanding this. In some places it's easier than others. You know, I'm assuming some people are like, wow, we're like an hour into the episode and all we've got is a background painted. Keep in mind that the background of this painting is amongst the most important parts of this painting. It occupies the majority of the painting. We have Darth Vader standing here, but his back is facing away from us. Right? So having the background kind of working is quite important. That's why, you know, often people will will make paintings that don't even have a background at all. They're just like a white background, empty background, and the background is an afterthought. And that I see that all the time, especially in, you know, where the university I teach at. So I'm always trying to encourage people to add more. Okay, so you know the image is having a bit of a hard time transferring on here. So I'm just going to press maybe a little bit harder. And remember, we're doing a Star Wars painting where it's all about, you know, the force and believing in yourself and not giving up, no matter the odds, right? So we will make this painting work, and it's going to be awesome. Okay. Right, so that's, you know, our Luke Skywalker. Let's see. It definitely, I'm noticing, helps big time to press a little bit harder. Okay. I'm going to move the tracing paper over eventually, so I'm not even going to bother doing that side just yet. Another option, especially when you have a darker background like this, is to use the white graphite paper. But since I'm probably the only one who has the white graphite paper, I'm not going to use it. Well, I should do that at some point, shouldn't I? Just so people see how it works. And then all of these lines. What's the fastest way to do all of this? Again, not every single line is important. Okay. I didn't do any of those lines, did I? I was like, why did they not transfer? It's because I didn't even draw them. Okay. Let's quickly do those. Okay. Keep on going. Let's turn this way. All of this work will pay off shortly here. So whatever, if you have any problems as we're working on this painting, we can add white to kind of create like a fog that's coming up that will kind of conceal parts of the painting that, you're not so happy with. I could imagine we may see a number of very foggy paintings. Okay. So we've got all the structure in here. It's a little bit maybe hard to read exactly what's going on, if you just see this, but we're gonna paint over all of this in a second. So I'm happy with what we've got. So I'll just clean up a little bit, move some things away. Joshua says, I know. Okay. I was going to have one of these snacks that Charmaine gave me. I love sesame seed. Another person who gave me something very nice was Ramon, who sent a check to Emily Carr back in October, and I only went back to the Emily Carr campus for the first time in person a few weeks ago, because a lot of people haven't been back to their office in a long time. So I appreciate that as well. So if you really, really wanted to send me something, Emily Carr would be the university. Not there is a elementary school here in Vancouver somewhere. Okay, so we got all the lines down. Which one should we start? I'm going to paint in these, the lines that are a little bit more delicate in the background first. So we could have even painted them under before we put this wash over top. That would have been another option. So basically just take one of these colors that we mixed before and maybe make it just a little bit darker. So let's just take some of the cool blue, warm blue, take a bit of white in here, and some of our reds. Take a bit of cool yellow as well. I put a little bit too much white in there, so I'm just adding a bit more blue back over top. Okay. So I think that's good. It's actually almost, see, here you go. I thought this would be way too light, and now that I'm looking at it, I think I need to lighten it up a bit. So let's see. It's one of those things, sometimes you don't know until you actually start painting. So I've now got, let's grab a small brush, and let's see what we got. Not bad. Okay. In fact, I could, yeah, lighten it up a little bit. It's a little bit on the darker side. And that's a little bit on the... So it's always a bit of give and take, right? So I'm going to try to do these details in the background as relatively quickly as I can so that we can move forward. And don't worry about making all of this perfect. I know there's all these lines, and for some people, drawing lines, or painting lines, I should say, is like the most difficult thing possible. You can see I'm getting a bit of the pencil lines on my hands as I'm smudging around on here a bit. What you may want to consider doing is you could take another piece of paper and just lay this down so that if your hand is dragging over the surface, we're not going to get too much smudging, because we can also end up smudging the graphite all over the painting. Yeah, now that I think about it, I mean, my plan was really to think about painting this and putting a glaze over top of it. That would have worked quite well. But, like I said, you know, it's every painting is a learning experience, so. And can you imagine, you know, if you're doing this for the very, very first time, there's going to be even more of a learning curve, right? Like if you were Ralph McQuarrie and you were painting this painting, you're really having to figure it out for the very first time. So there's bound to be a few little issues along the way. Okay, I probably should have painted up here first, but that's how it goes sometimes, isn't it, right? You know, in some ways, painting a copy of a painting or a reproduction like this is more difficult than painting an original painting. Because, you know, if Ralph McQuarrie, when he's painting this, he's kind of inventing it as he goes. Right, and he can decide, oh, you know what, how about this background, it kind of needs something, so I'm going to put some wires and cables in it, and he just throws it in there, right? For us, though, we're painting it for the first time, and, you know, we're trying to kind of hew close to the original, so sometimes that, you know, can cause us all sorts of grief and trouble because we're trying to do our best to paint what's actually there. Whereas obviously Ralph McQuarrie didn't have that same problem. There's nothing there to begin with, so there was no way for it to go quote-unquote wrong, right? Okay. I wouldn't worry either if some of these lines that you paint are a bit kind of on the drier brush kind of side of things. Right? They don't have to be all solid lines, right? It's already established this is kind of a smoky environment, and So they're all, these other lines that are coming through here, I'm going to make them darker. So I'm going to use a slightly darker mix for that. In fact, I probably should have made this a little bit more on the browner side than the blue that I've got right now. I'm probably going to swap it and make this a bit more on the red side. But that's just something that happens when you're painting along, and sometimes you get it right the very first, right out of the gate. Now you see all this stuff here. I wonder if this could be a famous last words, but let's just see if I can just use a wet cloth very, very delicately. No. That's not it helped a bit, maybe get rid of some of that from the carbon paper, but so there's all this machinery up here. How much time do I really want to spend on all of that stuff is the question. I think I might, just for the sake of this, just simplify all of this, and we'll just put some like cables and stuff up here. Okay. It's a little crooked, those lines, but okay, so I think I'm gonna just move forward from all of that structure. There's more and more that I could draw, but I want to get to these darker lines, etc. So to get those, I'm gonna just add a little bit of a different color in here to switch this up. So let's just take, I'm gonna take a big scoop of the red and put this in here. Okay. And let's see. I'm gonna blow dry all of this here just so I can get my hand right on top of it. Okay. So let's, we got the cable. In fact, I'm gonna put a little tiny bit of black on here. A tiny, tiny bit. Rather than mixing this color all over again, I'm just gonna take a bit of it and mix it in here just to make it come a little bit more forward. Right, you see, I mean, barely anything. There we go. Oh, and these cables are wider, right? Whenever I'm doing something like this, I kind of start a little bit thinner and then widen my way as I go. Once I've kind of drawn that line going all the way across, I find that's a lot easier. Like, I don't know if this line is exactly supposed to go here or not. I'm not really super concerned about getting this part 100% right. Okay. There's just one beam or cable or whatever it is right here. I'm going to add a second one just because I think it looks cool. So you see how this color just appears a little bit darker and therefore comes a little bit more forward. Let's do these diagonals here. I should also mention that the paintings that he made are they're larger paintings. They're probably about somewhere around like 40 by 50 inches. You know, about a meter wide and 3/4 of a meter high. You know, so they're you know, like, you know, arm's length. This painting is much larger than the one that we're painting right now, which allowed him to get a lot more detail. And that's one of the tricks artists have been using for centuries, is to paint big paintings. Because when you're painting big paintings, you have a lot of room to go in and play with detail. When you're doing a small painting, like we're doing right now, there's, you know, I mean, you can add a lot more detail, but it gets pretty tricky, as I think many of you have found, right? Some of the paintings we've done where there's lots of detail can end up taking a while to paint. So let's see. My ruler. So I'm just redrawing these lines, which are become a bit hard to see. This makes it just easier for me. I'm going to rotate the camera. I try to do the whole painting all in one angle so it looks nice on camera when eventually I do the time lapses, but there's only so many ways the body can bend. Okay. Okay. So if we have time, we can add like little rivets and fun little details like that on there, but for the time being. Like, what's funny to me, even just like right here, this area, he's painted this dark shape in behind Darth Vader's hands, and it becomes part of a feature of the image. But this area, I think he painted this shape there purely to help highlight the hands, Darth Vader's hands, over top of it. So this was just like, he needed a darker shape in behind the shapes that he was painting, so he just threw a darker shape there, but and then it ends up becoming part of the set, etc. We'll paint like the lightsabers at the very, very end. That glow that comes off them. Okay, we get the top of these stairs now. So I'm just holding the brush that I used to mix my colors and just taking the paint directly off that brush. Whatever works, right? This is my temporary palette, or it's a little bit more convenient just to hold that little brush in one hand. I think I'm only just going to do one bar on these diagonals rather than double bar them, just to keep the train running here. Or do I want to put another set of lines on there? I might just keep it. Actually, no, let's do. Yeah, I'm gonna put double them up after all. Okay. We're getting there. I know it feels kind of slow moving, but all of it pays off at the very end. All of this hard work and attention to detail. It's a pain to do, but one thing I did is I posted on the Facebook group a poll asking people what types of paintings people wanted to do in future episodes. So there was lots of engagement with that. That's really, really, really helpful to know what people want to be painting. So, and there's a bunch of surprising things. Maybe in a second we'll take a look at that poll. And just maybe while this is drying a bit here. Okay. So let's just maybe mix this up and add a little bit of a different color in here. Let's put a little bit more yellow. Maybe some blue. Tiny bit of a more greenish gray, perhaps, for these stairs, even though that's not really the color. It doesn't bother me too much. Actually, before I even do that, let me just sketch this back in here. Okay, so I'm just trying to line this up again. And maybe we should paint the yellow first, and then we can clean it up. So I'm just going to do a quick little change of plan. So these glowing yellow, let's take some white and just a bit of yellow. So it'll be mostly just white that we're going to put down here. So I'm not too concerned about making these look too good. Oops, I'm just noticing they're all straight vertical here, right? So let's carry that over. When I paint the darker color over top of it, I will see, I'm going to, as I do this, I'm starting to kind of ignore the original stairs in their original location, just because trying to paint it exactly like that is just going to cause me grief. So okay. Oops. Let's erase that. We'll just wipe that right off. I was obeying the original lines, and then I realized, oh yeah, I've just been ignoring them. So, let's do that again. Okay, I'm gonna hit this with the blow dryer, and I'm gonna paint right over top of those lines again, because I want them to be nice and bright. Okay, so I'm going to do this again. I'm going to take some white and yellow. And let's just paint right over top of all these. So it's going to help hide the previous, or not hide, but, well, I guess, yeah, it's like another coat of paint and you're painting your bathroom or something, right? So it's just really kind of obliterating the dark color underneath to help give it this nice glow. And you notice I'm not really concerned about the shape at all, right? I'm just painting all of these kind of big blocky shapes. When I come over top of it to outline it is when I'm going to pay a lot more attention to trying to get these looking nicely. Now I'm just sort of looking at what he's done here and trying to think of another interesting way I can take this. So what I think, he's got like this, that scoop, this is a color I mixed earlier. Turn this into a bit of a light gray. Okay, and I'm just going to paint and kind of just this. I'm not sure. Who knows if I'll use these lines? These are sort of like my guidelines for the straightness of these stairs. But depending on how things go, I could leave little hints of this, or maybe paint it back over afterwards. We shall see here. Okay. You can almost leave it like that, to be honest, but okay, so now I'm going to go and clean all this up and outline everything. In fact, I should blow dry all of that so I don't mix paints here. Maybe I'll just zoom in so you can see what I'm doing here. If you make a mistake or anything at any point, remember you can always just paint white over top of it, and that so-called mistake just disappears. So I might come back here and depending on how this turns out, I might have to do a little bit of cleaning up with a bit more paint. So you see I'm just sort of darkening around these shapes. Now his stairs were kind of going, well, I guess I could still try to do that. He did a great job of getting those stairs to look like they're coming toward you by making this one side kind of sloping. I totally kind of spaced out on that as I was doing it, so this is all stuff that, you know, at the end of the day, people aren't going to spend too long looking at, but it will help really give these characters like they'll make them believable because the space in them is believable. No matter how well or poorly you actually end up painting Darth Vader and Luke Skywalker. It's like one of the amazing things about painting is if you can make the environment convincing, the human mind is will kind of fill in all the blanks and will forgive a lot of, you know, it's like basic cartoons is, or even, you know, if we even think of Star Wars itself, you know, Darth Vader is kind of a silly looking character, you know, with this bucket on his head and little lights on his chest, and he's not a particularly scary looking fellow, you know, on his own. but the atmosphere surrounding him and the music and all these other things that, you know, don't quite get as much respect as maybe the actors, and play such an important role that they make the rest of the film believable. There is actually really there's funny clips out there, like Star Wars without the music, and wow, what a different experience without John Williams' amazing, iconic trumpets blaring, and it seems pretty silly. Very silly. Okay. That's pretty good. Okay. So we're getting there. It's a bit of a slow process, but Deborah says, thanks, Michael. Your painting is really beginning to take shape. I have been able to keep up with you, but I'm tired now and we'll finish tomorrow. Good night, everyone, and see you Thursday. Thank you, Deborah, for tuning in. And Eleanor says, have to go. Enjoyed the time with you. See you next time again. Joe Brand says, would be like a toothache the entire time. I'm not sure what that refers to. But I appreciate you tuning in, Joe. Okay. So now we've got the majority of the painting painted, to be quite honest. Really, we've got the bottom down here and the two figures. And otherwise, we're doing pretty good time-wise and everything. So what should we paint first here? We do have all this detail down there, but I think we've been immersed in detail for a while. So I'm going to... let's do Darth Vader here. Okay. Nice clean brushes. Okay, so the next thing, it might be helpful just to take a second to redraw some lines. So this is going to come over here. Okay. And then we've got two arms and the lightsaber coming up through here. We'll do the lightsaber in a bit. Okay. So what color should we do here? Now he's painted a kind of a greenish black and then saved black for the helmet itself and some of the arm. Right? That's going to help really pull that figure forward. So let's mix this dark greenish color. So to get a really nice dark warm green, we're going to want our warm blue and our warm yellow. So let's get a little bit more of each of these. Okay. So the reason why I want to use a warmer green is because Darth Vader's in the foreground, right? As opposed to If we had some cooler green, we would put that in the background to help push it further away from us. So let's take, where should we mix this? Is this still a little bit wet? Okay. So that works pretty well. I'm going to take a bit of the cool blue as well. That's actually a really nice dark, well, nice green. And I'm also just going to dab a bit of black in here. Ooh, perfecto. I like that a lot. Nice. Let's take a bit more, not too much. We don't want it to be pure black because we're going to save that for a few places. And, ooh, that's great. Okay, so now this looks quite green to my eyes. I think on camera it looks pretty good. I'm just going to paint it in. So I'm going to have to probably do 2 layers of this. So I'm just going to do this first one. This would be kind of like my local color. Okay. And then we've got over the shoulder, down here. Sure what I was doing over here, but let's just fix some of that. Okay, so this is really a nice, I like this. Thing is again, it looks a little bit green, which is not surprising because that's what I wanted, but it's maybe a little bit too green. So I'm going to let this dry, and then we want to get some of the folds on there. So I think what I'm going to do is I'll add a little bit of black to this to get some of the darker areas. And then we'll do a bit of the, we'll add a little bit of white in there to get a few highlights, the few that are actually there. And I'm actually going to use this same color. I'm just going to, this dark green, I'm going to paint on these arms. Oh, just covering all that with my head. This glove. I'm kind of tempted to use this same color for the helmet, to be honest. Because we're going to darken this thing anyway. It's like I'm just kind of putting the silhouette in place there. So there's right now a little bit of confusion as to what is in the foreground and background, because we've got this the structure here. Now that I see this, I might be tempted to put the lightsaber in now, to be quite honest. And then we could put a little bit of a glaze to brighten it up and then put black over top. That, I think, would work really well. So, let's... Let's figure out, where do we want this lightsaber to go? It was, if we take a look, the original, I think it did something like that. Okay, so let's get, I'm going to take just pure white on my paintbrush. Just dipping it right into the white. I can't remember. Does one of them have a different color? I thought, you know, somebody was red and somebody was blue. I think. I guess it kind of looks a little bit pinkish. His lightsaber, right? While we're here, maybe why don't we do the same thing to Luke's lightsaber? We'll pencil that in. So his also. Now here's his hands holding it, and I think it goes there. This wider, since Luke's was so wide, and he's technically further away. I'm gonna soften these with a bit of a glaze to make them glow here in a minute. Okay, so let's blow dry these. Okay, so I think what I'll do is I'm gonna I'm gonna get my mop brush out because we're gonna do a bit of blending here in a second. This brush, let's be clean. What is it doing? Just sitting on the table waiting to harden up, Michael. I'm so used to painting with oils and leaving brushes just sitting out for days. Or not days, but a whole painting session, versus when you're painting with acrylic, that would be a bad idea because things will harden up. So I'm going to mix a bit of a pink here for the glowing red sword of Darth Vader's. Okay. And then I'm going to, what should we do? A glaze or slow dry medium? I haven't used slow dry, in fact, where is it? Oh, there it is. I haven't used slow dry medium in a few classes. Okay, so I'm going to put slow dry medium on there. And in fact, I'm going to wipe this paint off of my brush. Not clean it, just wipe the paint off my brush. Here's my slow dry medium, and I'm just going to load it up with mostly slow dry medium. Okay. Not sure about how well that turned out, but let's... Just gonna widen this out. I'm just sort of like slowly spreading this kind of pink. Let's zoom in here. I'm just sort of painting over it. You can even see how it's sort of obscuring the paintbrush strokes, which used to go all the way edge to edge, right? I'm pretty happy with that. I'm going to blow dry it, and then we'll do this again, and I'm going to kind of widen that area. I'm just getting really this glowing lightsaber effect there. And blow dry that again. That might have been a little excessive, Michael. Actually, no, that's kind of cool. Not too bad. It was a little excessive, Michael. But, okay, so we've got that. I'm gonna... Okay, and to finish that lightsaber off, I'm going to come back with just some pure white and put it right down the middle. This is the, what do you call it? Is this the hilt of the sword or something like that? I'm not up on my sword lingo. Right, so we got this effect of it kind of glowing, right, which is cool. And let's put a bit more. Okay. Cool. So now we can really darken this whole area around the glove. But I think before we do that, I'm going to do the same. Well, should we finish off Darth Vader while we're right here? Yeah, maybe we should just one thing at a time here, right? I was going to do the other lightsaber in Luke's hand. Okay. Okay, so what I'm going to do now, I'm going to take this, remember I mixed this green before? If we want to do this again, we can just take the warm blue, took a bit of cool blue and put that in there, and some warm yellow. There. Now let's darken it up. I'm going to put a bit of slow dry medium in here just to help the whole blending process. Okay. That's interesting. Has it been like that the whole time? Oh my goodness. That is strange. Okay. Anyway, it does appear very dark on camera, doesn't it? It's gonna blast a little bit extra light in here. Okay, so let's put some kind of like streaks onto his outfit, I guess. And we can kind of just soften that a bit. Or not streaks, right? I mean like folds, right? It's not, and this is all dark stuff that I'm doing right now, so it's not showing up super well on camera, I realize, but maybe you can see what I'm up to, or kind of infer, I guess, maybe. So this is, again, there's a little bit of slow dry medium in there just to help with the blending. I want to be careful when I don't want to blend out of that shape though. So now a bit of the distracting part of it being a little bit too green has kind of gone away. So see a bit of white, do a tiny bit of highlights. Again, just a bit of slow dry medium on here to help the blending process. Okay, that's pretty good. Like, it's very subtle, that little bit that I just did. I'm gonna blow dry this. Again, you want to, every time you use the slow dry medium, it like any kind of acrylic, it dries, and if you keep reworking it too much, then you actually start pulling the paint off. Okay, let's pick up the pace a bit here. I had a paintbrush here a minute ago that has absconded. There it is. Okay, so now I'm going to start painting the helmet. So I'm going to begin, I'm just taking black. I think this light might be not helping, I'm not sure. Okay, so black right out of the tube, and you'll see the difference. It makes compared to everything else on the canvas thus far. Going to paint this all black, except for just a little line there that I've preserved for myself to know the middle. And let's do his arms too. So I'm just going to darken in these gloves. Where the hand meets the lightsaber, I'm going to go a little bit gray there just to help preserve the glow. Actually, you know what? I'm going to paint this in, and then I'm going to do a glaze over top of it. Okay, so I got the darker parts in, the black. Now let's just kind of make a little bit of a gray, just taking a bit of white. Again, I'll get a little bit lighter. Take a bit of this green into that color as well. This is kind of for the highlights on here, right? So it's a little bit too bright there, but it's okay. I'll darken it. Oh, and let's do the helmet as well. Oh, that looks a little out of focus. Let me see. It's going to darken this. So I'm just really kind of doing a pretty quick and dirty series of reflections on here. I'm going to go back and paint some of this out afterwards when it dries a bit. Let's add even a bit of pink. Probably add a little bit of blue to that too. In fact, I'm going to put it, even though it's not on here, a bit of pink. on his arms. Just helps give it that effect that that lightsaber is really, really bright. Some blobs of paint just show up out of nowhere there. Okay, I might just move on from Darth Vader since we've got that pretty good, and maybe we'll just quickly get a foot in here. Just put black, and then we'll just put a little bit of gray on this side. Might have to come back here. Now let's see if I Okay. That feels good. I feel like now I think I'm going to come around and do some work down here really quickly so that we can finish with Luke Skywalker. So for down here, I'm going to mix basically this warm brown again. And some black in there. This is just for some outlines. I just want a slightly different color for all these lines. Let's just get a bit more paint. So what's satisfying here is that we've got a bunch of different dark colors. Really, this whole painting has almost been like an exploration of dark colors and how to separate them and create some uniqueness, I guess, from one another. Let's zoom out. It's a little bit sloppy. I should, if I was painting this for myself, what I probably should have done is to have painted all this stuff on the ground earlier on so that I don't kind of get impatient and then just rush it. Which I am known to do sometimes if I'm kind of running on time. I just like, I'll just throw this in here, blah, 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 blah. And it's often those kind of like lazy parts of the painting that kind of can really affect an otherwise really nice painting. Is just when I get, I only speak for myself, but I do that and usually regret it. Now this kind of ring that I'm painting here is a bit of a feature that I've kind of added just to, because there is a lot of detail in this. Mix new paint. Let's mix more of this up here. Red, warm blue, a little bit of yellow, and a bit of black in here. Okay, let's continue with all of these lines. So what I'm doing here, I haven't quite thought through, but I was thinking maybe making them get a little bit wider as they get closer to us. I think what would be prudent is if I just go all the way across. Little boo-boo there, so just quick and dirty fix. Ay, ay, ay. I guess I knew this painting was going to be a little bit more on the complicated side when I chose it. That's the thing with like architecture. It often to make architectural structures work, you often have to spend a bunch of time with the drawing and painting straight lines and oh, Paul says it doesn't hear the music. I'll turn the music up a bit here. I can't hear the music on my side, so sometimes I tend to kind of err on the side of quiet, because I've had people tell me it was too loud in the past, so they couldn't hear what I was saying, so I figure that would be, if I have to go one way or the other, I would prefer people to be able to hear my voice. But thank you for letting me know there, Paula, in the chat. Okay, getting there, getting there. Whew. Ace says there, the lightsaber is magical. I will review how you did it, Michael. I just went to the kitchen to get some snacks and I missed how you did it. Oh no. Okay. So, really, the things that we have left to do are Luke Skywalker and potentially some kind of smog or smoke coming up out of here. Goodness. You know what? I'm going to take a little second here just to remove a bunch of this paint that's built up on here because it drives me nuts. And I'll show you, this is the stuff that I use. This is awesome. It does have a bit of a stink. But look at that, the paint just comes right off. the reason why I'm doing this is because sometimes all that extra paint that's surrounding the painting like that on the table can, for me anyway, I don't know about anybody else, but I find that can be very distracting, and it takes my attention. Sometimes I might think the painting is darker or lighter or more green or more red than it actually is. That's why you saw me, I was taking a piece of paper and I was kind of going underneath the canvas just to see what it was like. Okay. There, that helps. Now I can focus on the painting and not the color that was surrounding the painting. Okay. So let's start putting in some color for Luke here. So let's zoom into Luke Skywalker. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to paint let's see, let's paint some, I think a bit of I'm going to paint a orange. Let's mix a warm orange here. Just need a bit more paint. Oops. So I didn't realize I was that zoomed in. What I'm just trying to do is you see me moving around, like rather than trying to mix, lighten it up, I keep moving my brush around so that I can just lighten it up by just adding a little bit more paint to the paint that's already on my brush. Now I'm significantly lightening this color up because I've got a pretty dark background. So even though this isn't the orange that I want, I've added a lot of white into this, as you'll see here when I paint on here. So I'm going to kind of paint around a little bit of the oh, let's zoom back in here. The tracing that I put in. So I can still see where the arms are going and that kind of thing. And I know there's white trim and stuff on his outfit, this kind of puffy white stuff. I'm just going to paint all of this peachy color. It's going to ultimately save me a lot of time here. Since I'm up running against the clock, whatever I can do to save a little bit of extra time. Be nice. And also this kind of peachy color will glow through. Kind of like, you know, when we add yellow or pink or red underneath the painting. Even though this is a darker area here, okay. So as I get things in here, I start kind of giving a little bit more shape back to the figure. It's kind of like I've got a silhouette now, and I'm gonna put the details back into this blank form. Okay. Let's blow dry that. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do is let's just take some white. I'm going to put the white on for his outfit, so we'll kind of start building it back that way. Like this white piping, or not piping, or I don't know what it actually is, but comes right up on his shoulders. belt here. Just gonna paint his boots white. Little stray hair in my paintbrush. And I realize that obviously these are going to be darker colors, but it's way easier for me to darken this than it would be for me to try to lighten it over and over and over again. So, because I could always, worst comes to worst, just glaze a little bit of dark over top of this. Right, okay, so a little pack on this hip there, and so kind of what I'm doing is also looking for highlights right here, trying to figure out, like, you know, the brightest parts, so I don't have to try to lighten them up, and once they're there, then that'll be a lot easier. Okay. How many times do I do that? Drip water right over the face of the painting. Ay, 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 look at that. At least I got it within good time. I mean, maybe we'll put smoke over top. So, while I was washing my brushes, I got a little splash of water right there. Or I guess, yeah, you can kind of see it right there. Not a big deal, but a bit of a pain. Okay. So, let's mix this orange. So this orange is pretty close to right here, right? Maybe a little bit more on the warm yellow side of things. It's a bit of white. Not too much, but for the kind of highlights anyway. A little much. So just spreading it around. Okay, so now let's look at where we could do the highlights or shadows first. It doesn't really matter. I'm probably going to do the highlights, or the local color anyway, this orange first. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to paint this orange over every top of everything. And then I can darken. Maybe even glaze on top of it. The reason why I didn't mix this color and paint it directly on the first time around was because it wouldn't really have shown up that well on top of this dark background color that had originally been there, right? Oh, let me, the name of the cleaner is this here. Mostenbacher's Liftoff. I got this at Home Depot. This latex paint remover. It breaks the molecular bond. Yeah, I use it all the time for cleaning. Well, I used to use it all the time when I was painting in person. At the end of the day, there'd always be big globs of paint all over the place. And I didn't want the cleaning staff to have to be on their hands and knees cleaning up after me. So that really, really helped. Because it goes there. I used to be on my hands and knees scrubbing and scrubbing. Not fun. It's at the end of a long day. Just want to get home, right? So okay, I'm going to blow dry that. Okay. So now we're just going to put in the shadows on top. We could do that as a glaze, or we could just add a little bit of darker colors into this brown. We'll probably do a little combination of both. So I've got this darker color that we used, I think, for these stripes. So that are those lines on the bottom. So I'm going to take this color, mix it in with my, I think I need my big brush to mix up a bigger batch. Okay. So I can take this, I'm just going to start adding a little bit of definition. It's not really a shadow completely as much as like wrinkles and contours. So here's the knee. Same thing here. I can paint the same kind of dark glaze over top of all of this, and the colors will change. So I can paint like a dark glaze over top of these colors, and we'll have kind of an orange effect. Paint it over the white, it'll go a different color, depending on what kind of glaze we end up putting in here. square it off in here. Okay. Now I'm just going to make a gray. My black, it's too much black. And white. Just to do a little bit of detailing. Okay, so I'm going to blow dry this. We'll make a flesh tone for the face and hands. Oh, you know what? I was going to paint gray. Okay, so to make a flesh tone, oops, the brush is wet. Let's back out. To make a flesh tone, no matter what base your painting, you're going to use some warm yellow, a bit of warm red, might have been too much, a bit of white, and a little bit of black. Or sorry, a bit of warm blue. So we used warm yellow, warm red, warm blue, and a little bit of white all together. It's never important that you get it right the first time. Like, these colors are a little bit on the greenish yellowy side, so that means I probably need a bit more red in here. But those colors are probably there somewhere anyway. So I'm just gonna give it a bit more of a pink. Okay. And let's go, I'm going to take a bit of this brown and use that to darken under the eyes. we're gonna take some cool blue. I'm gonna put a bit of that cool blue in his eyes. Looks a little funny, but it doesn't matter. All right. Okay, we're going to use that cool blue for the lightsaber here shortly. Let's get some of this blonde hair in. I'm just using some warm yellow right now. Okay. I'm going to take some of the warm, cool blue with white. I'm going to put this on the handle. Do the lightsaber in a second. I want to glaze a little bit here, and so I'm going to blow dry this. Okay. So I see there's a few people that have had to go for the night. I totally get it. I totally get it. I'm a little jealous myself. I think I've missed dinner, and I'll probably miss our daughter's bath unless I can crank this out really fast, which is probably not going to happen. So what I want to do now is I'm going to do a glaze over top of here, a darker color that, what should we use? I think we can even just use this warm brown. And if you want to mix the warm brown again, basically warm, in fact, you know, I don't need to mix any more, but basically it's just warm blue, warm red, warm yellow mixed together, right? Probably a little on the more reddish side. And then let's get some of our glazing fluid. I'm going to put the glazing fluid off to the, oh, I don't need all of that. And get a bit, you know, I don't need too much of this, right? Like, I've got this on my brush, and now I'm just going to swirl this around here. So now I've got a really nice darker color. Some people would have just used black or gray to do this. I know I'm a broken record about this, but I always prefer to have color rather than just to dull things down with black, white, or gray, because all of them are going to significantly darken your color or dull your color. Alright, so now I can take this. That's pretty subtle. So right there, it's pretty hard to see any noticeable change. So I'm going to get a little bit more paint on my brush. Let's try that again. Okay. So this is much darker. So you see how I can paint right over top of everything I painted before, and it's all still there. It's just now a little bit darker. Same thing down here. If doing this kind of thing terrifies you, just go a little bit slow. You can continually add more and more, like you can glaze a little bit, darken it, glaze a little bit, darken it, or just take the same, you don't even have to add more glaze to it, you just let it dry and then paint over it again. And if you're unhappy with things, you can, just take a little rag and kind of dab up some of the glaze a bit. See, it's just so much easier just to quickly glaze this than trying to be mixing paints and different levels of values of orange. And here I can paint all of that, and then I can just glaze, and then if I want it a little bit darker, I just add a little bit more, a little bit more. So I just put now some black into my glaze. Oops. That's a little too heavy. You know what I should have done is blow dried after that first level of glaze, because it's sort of just kind of wiped a bunch of it off. And just as we can darken with glaze, we can lighten with glaze, which we will do shortly. Okay. Do that one more time right in the... Okay. So now I'm just going to do the opposite. I'm going to take some white. We'll glaze a little bit of white. A little bit of that reflected light from his lightsaber. Okay, I feel like I want to do something down here. Not that, though. Don't want to do that. Great thing with all of this is you can make as many mistakes as you like, and then you can just go back and paint them right out. Don't like that foot. It feels a little funny to me. I think I'm gonna have to go much darker. Might have to just no, I don't like that either. Wipe it away. I think I'm gonna just make it orange. Which is obviously not the original color, but I wasn't satisfied with any of the results we were getting. Okay, and then I think what we'll do is we'll do the lightsaber and do a little bit of mist, and then we'll be all done here. So let me blow dry this because we're going to do some blending over top of it and I don't want anything smudging. Okay, so to do this, let's take some of the warm blue, or sorry, this is cold blue, and white. And then we will take the slow dry medium and mix this together. Right, so I paint over everything with the blue, the slow dry medium, and then I'm just going to take my mop brush, which is a little bit crunchy. I have to clean it. That mop brush is going to have to sit. And instead I'm going to use just a different brush. Okay, so we'll do this one more time and then we'll blow dry. So a little bit more on one side. I'm going to balance that. We'll do it again. But let's blow dry it first. Otherwise, I'm just going to start pulling paint off. So I think I just put a little bit of water in my brush just to kind of, it was a little bit too wide, so I'm just kind of almost cleaning a bit of it off. Let's try that again. point is to kind of get it to be a little bit blurry, these edges to be a bit soft. I'm going to the excess a bit. I think we should be able to do just... It's not the best. I don't like how there's a bit of a halo there. I feel like the right side of it has gotten, needs to be a little bit more fuzzy. Oh well. Okay, I gotta wrap up, so. So right now we're just gonna take some white. Oops, let's clean that brush. Because I'm going to put white right down the middle with some glazing fluid. Where should we do this? Let's do a bit of slow dry medium. I'm going to blow dry that. So I got slow dry medium and white here. Let's go right down the middle. Soften this up. gone a little too far. But he is the hero, so his lightsaber should glow bright, right? Okay, and while I'm right here, before I kind of finish this part, I'm just going to take the glazing fluid. Just wanted to try to put a bit of it it's a little bit too much. Trying a little bit of glazing fluid with this blue and white. Thought I'd put a bit of it on this side of his face, but okay. So here we are, and the only things that I guess I forgot to put a little bit of a shadow underneath their feet, eh? So I'm going to take a bit of some gray and do a quick little glaze underneath the feet. Needs to be darker. Let's just rub that out and start over. There we go. Okay. My final thing is, do I want to put the smoke coming up out of the bottom? I had just seeing some of the comments in here. Deborah says, Rick and I came back to see how you're doing. Amazing. Deborah also says, Rick says to tell you that the Force is with you, Jedi artist. And then Peter, happy May the 4th, everybody. Arriving a bit late, but I guess I will have to do this painting on Revenge of the 5th. I'm a sucker for a good pun. I love the puns. Okay. So, it would be nice to have a bit of a cloudy puff coming up here. So I'm just seeing on, I'm going to use my palette, and I'm like, what's a place that is dry? And let's do slow dry medium. Let's put some slow dry medium there. I've got my mop brush, which should be dry, but I left it wet. So I'm just trying to. You want your blending brush to be dry, ideally. Otherwise, if it's wet, you're kind of scrubbing paint away. So I may. I like this brush, so I like to use it. Trying to dry it off a bit here. Okay, so final step here. Okay, so we're going to take some white. We don't need much, barely any, right? You see how little I'm going to use? So I'm going to mix it in here. And even then, it could be okay. I'm actually going to just dilute it even more. So this is my slow dry medium that I'm using here. Okay, and let's get the original image back up. So, oops, I don't want it to be that wet, so let's just remove that. And then let's put some of these, I guess that is, get a little bit more white on the brush. See, my blending brush is kind of use a different blending brush. I'm going to let this, while this dries, I'm just going to go to a different place and we'll have some smoke rising out of here, and we'll take a lot of brushes that need cleaning today. It's a pretty subtle effect. This is not the best brush for this. Let's get, it's nice to have a softer brush. continue here. Yeah, things are a little bit tacky. So I'm just kind of making these wisps up here. Okay. I'd like to continue doing this, but this is really tacky and it's going to take a while for this to dry. Okay. You know, I think I could be happy with it like that. These wisps of smoke or whatever are a little bit like more apparent than I would like. But this glaze, all of that slow dry medium is gonna take probably another 20 minutes to dry because I had a lot of it. My proportions were so high that it yeah, I mean, I'd like to kind of blend them out and have kind of mist coming up even further, but the way that kind of slow dry medium behaves is that unless it's really, really dry and I keep trying to do that, I'm going to start kind of scrubbing some of that paint away. So let's call it a night. I haven't had dinner. I'm going at this for 4.5 hours here, so right side up here. We're running out of room here, and this is from 1978. Okay, that one took longer than I was expecting to. Okay, let's one last quick look here. We can compare the two of them together. Okay, so, you know, obviously I deliberately made the lightsaber here a little bit brighter, because, you know, I wanted to, I kind of felt like the original that he did was a little bit on the less glowy side, and this is, I think, one of the most exciting things about Star Wars, is those glowing lightsabers. These wisps, actually I don't mind them so much now. Now, I mean, they're obviously a little bit more obvious than his, but I think they work. All of this stuff in the background that I spent all that time fussing about is not such a problem. It's probably, if I was to do this again, I could just omit some of those blue lines, and I think the painting would be fine. But you never know, you don't know these things until you actually do it, right? So I'm really, really pleased with the results. I'm a little bit delirious. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining me for another one of these episodes. Thank you to everyone who's donated in the past and in the present, and those of you in the future, because these episodes stay up forever, and people are watching the episodes I did a year ago, and so potentially people will want to donate after having watched, maybe you're watching this 5 years from now. And hopefully I'm still around making more and more videos and making paintings just like you. Please like and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Probably about 70% of the people that watch these videos are new and that haven't subscribed, so if you want to paint more paintings with me, this one is probably one of the longest and more complex ones that we have done recently. But there's lots of them. If you look in the Dropbox below or in the playlist below, you can paint along with, I don't know, this is the 71st painting we've done together. So lots of paintings under my belt, and for you to paint with me. Okay, folks, before I completely lose my mind, I'm going to say good night. And we will see you on Thursday. We're going to be painting the famous Whistler's Mother for Mother's Day. That's going to be really fun. That's one of the most famous paintings in American history. We're going to be painting that one. And then on Saturday of this week, we're going to do a special feedback episode where I'm going to be looking at the artwork you made, maybe your Star Wars painting. I would love to see the results of it. So join the Facebook group, upload your picture there, and join the community of artists just like yourself. Okay, everyone, enjoy the rest of your night. Everyone stay safe, be well, and we will talk to you again very soon. Goodbye.